Okay, so here is sound. Let me check. Okay, I want just to check is this have sound on YouTube or not. Why is no sound on YouTube? Okay, yeah. Yeah, everything fine. Okay. Yes, so again, back to drawing some sketch from live video. And also here I want kind of in this today video I want to talk about drawing well, about drawing landscape with a passion. Yeah, so here is like this place. Actually it's a random live video I was find on YouTube, and it's kind of, I think, good example to show how I usually draw and some like my thoughts and approach. So like I see some people, some beginners, or I don't know, like artists, like draw landscapes. You can see sometimes they think like they don't have enough gumption, like you know, like a passion to draw like careful enough or precise enough, or like to be patient enough to make perspective and like to be kind of to make it correct, and also to make it careful enough and like with no, you know, it's just like not enough attitude to make interesting picture, because like sometimes even you can make it right but it's no interesting because artist doesn't have attitude, like he drawing something interesting, he don't interest in himself, you know. So my point here, I want to tell like how I deal with this, like how first I want to understand what is interesting in this view, and like, you know, it's like you need to, you know, like a fall in love. Actually, it's like kind of you say like, wow. In one moment, you know, when you observe and more study details or like what is happening here, you start to impress, like your let's say mm, you kind of you grow your amazement of this view. So like here, you know, here a lot of stuff happening in this landscape. So in the beginning of the video also you have like couple minutes where you can observe, and this how it works. So usually like when I go to a real place, I I will spend some time to watch it. So sometimes it's even like 30 minutes, sometimes it's 1 hour or more. Sometimes I count different days and look at different time. You know, just I want to understand at first what is this like. It's like, look, first some reason is they grab your attention, right? So for from beginning, for some reason I interested in this landscape. So it's some certain like a spark, like or whisper, you know, like which like say like, oh, this place have some potential, or it's have some something happening here, you know. So it's deserve my attention. It's deserve some like time to observe it. So and I stand in, I look in it, and I start to discovering, unpacking it, you know, like so, like from there is coming all this stuff, like let's say here, um, it's something like about this corpuscular principle, you know, like dualism about dot and wave, particle and wave. So it's like simultaneously, like in same time, it exists like certain like detail which you can focus at, like we can watch at some train, or we can watch at car, or we can watch somewhere, we can focus on something, right? But in the same time, it's certain like momentum or emotion, so you feel something. It's kind of feeling of this all together. So you cannot see all details together. You cannot focus on like all details together. It's not works this way. You focus on one dot. You focus always on one dot, but you can feel it all together. So and this is how it works. It's like first we have this wave, we have perception, we have feeling of this wave, and then I'll make it, it's too loud. There's trains here. And then you try to unpack, you try to go and understand what this wave consists of, and you start to focus on all these dots on this place here. So, and then it's like in the book, it's a very cool book, Zen of Maintenance of Motorcycle, kind of thing. I will write in the description later. So there's a very cool talking about this thing. How he say it in the book? It's like talking about quality and structure, kind of. So quality is this, like what I telling here is like a wave. So so it's emotional, let's say, part. It's like overall thing is general, is harmony, is this impact. And the technical is a lot of stuff. It's like, let's say, it's like logical and kind of analysis stuff. So when I go in a technical, so I need to draw it, I need to break down what I see, you know, I need to break down what I feel, and it's inevitable, it's must to do, you know, it's like, because then you will make these decisions, you will, when you know what you see, when you know what you work with, when you see these particles, when you see these dots kind of attention, you can juggle with them, and you can reorganize them, and then you see all these particles, and you like I say, juggle them, you're recreating same landscape, but now it's going kind of through you, you know. Now I'm recreating it like how's it called, necklace, you know. I put all these dots, I put all these details like on this wave, like on the necklace, you know. So they all will subdue to this momentum, to this feeling, to this emotion, what make me draw this picture. Yeah. So let's say what kind of elements, what kind of particles here. from narration point of view, here, let's say, yeah, I can narration. Okay, let's say particles. Narration. So, from narration point of view, it's like, okay, we are, what do we see, kind of, what kind of objects we see? We see these buildings, right? Like office buildings. So it's like a business center, stuff like this. Then we see freeway. Then we see like other roads, like on the ground. Let's say road, like more narrow. Then we see railroads, and here is this like a lot. We see elevated metro on this sticks. We have sky. You know, narration, because I can say it in the words, right? Like it's like kind of is what your brain answering for himself. It's like what I'm look at, or like what do I see? I see sky, I see blah blah, I see this one. So it's like very generic, very superficial elements, kind of obvious things, you know. So, and we have trains, and we have cars. And so this is like categories. And inside these categories can be like subcategories, you know. So it's like cars, it's like different cars, right? We have like small car, big car, we have truck, we have like service cars, we have bus, maybe even motorcycles also will include this car here. So this like moving vehicles on the road, right? So I just don't want to go too much in categories, but just like give you idea. Same like railroad. What make a railroad to be railroad? So it will be read like how my brain read it, right? So I see, okay, railroad is like this, two rails with this stuff between, and also it have this poles and also have cables. This is not necessary, but this like design element which is also kind of belong to railroad. So if from my let's say, it's up to me, like if I want I can use them, if I don't want I can avoid this, and like actually it's not necessary, like yeah, it's not necessary, nothing will happen if in my drawing it will be not here, you know, but just like keep in mind. And all the stuff, yeah, like a building, say like a building, let's say it's like, you know, it's a kind of box shape plus pattern of like facade, you know, this. So what kind of patterns, like what we see, you know, like this, it can be like this horizontal lines with this glass in a different in a different levels, kind of, right? So it can be like just different patterns, kind of separated windows for different office, or it's like all level is glass, or whole building is a glass with some lines of separation, kind of. So just kind of, I'll say it's like box thing, with just subdivisions and all stuff and different patterns. So you can subdivide, like categorize any category of this, and like keep doing this stuff. You know, this is belong to this particles and narration category. You can stuck here forever, but let's say like it's require really some time, because it's answer question kind of this, like what generally speaking, kind of basically, you know, on a obvious level, like what am I drawing and what am I want to like what people will see in my picture. So here is just landscape, it's no event here, so it's like let's say a contemplation of situations, stuff like that. It's no event. So if I draw event, if I have some idea of event in my head, or if I watch some event and I want to capture it, so then my narration will of course include some activity, you know. So I will say like, okay, it's like two characters have exchange, and they have like this stage areas, have background area, have like, I don't know, like dramatic light and stuff. So okay, so let's say this is narration. Other one thing like also belong to particles, it's let's say like design. Okay, here it's like a little improvising in this area. Now I just like again just give some example, because it's really like big topic too. So what I mean by design, it's like, okay, you can watch like more technical now, and a more like special like artists level. So let's say no, because I'm artist and because like I want to draw it, right? So I will go to more technical level, and the next level is more technical than just narration. And let's say I will look at this as a visual elements instead of like story elements or like event elements, stuff like this. So visual elements will say like 3D. They will no as and 2D. So we have this separation. So because this is kind of 3D place, right? So like three-dimensional view, like at least with this illusion of three dimensions. So we consider three-dimensional nature of it. Yes. So what means 3D? What kind of elements 3D for me? Okay, so it means it will have this three-dimensional space with the let's say like and three-dimensional space. It's follows this perspective rules, techniques and stuff. So I will use this like perspective language to describe three-dimensional space. For this place here, I find this very suitable 2-point perspective grid. So let's say okay, 3D, I will say okay, it's particle, it's this kind of element, you know, it's kind of interesting to realize, to understand. Is still like one of elements, even is some like description of technical stuff. So let's say here 2D perspective, let's say I will just make in a grid. Okay, grid, maybe something like this. So I will show later like more more in detail. So 2-point perspective grid. What else? Okay, now we can say like light and shadow, so we have some kind of cast shadow, let's say. Okay, cast shadow. I make it belong to 3D because I don't know, it's like following this light and shadow rules in a three-dimensional space. It's like we have light source and it give drop shadow, this cast shadow from light source. And then here 2D will have much more elements. Why? So let's imagine we see here, we just see, like we forget it's three-dimensional, and we see it as image on a screen. Also it's easy because it's already on a screen, but it's really let's say it's kind of a problem when you are working in a real location. Then you really need to kind of imagine you are how you will see it on a flat surface, this area around you. Like some people just draw like what they see in front of them, but me personally, like I like to draw like more wide angle, and like I don't draw like wide angle from standing in one point. It's kind of very complicated. It's like I want to include some more from left, and but here I will stop on my front. I don't want to draw this right side, you know. So I have this kind of area around me in a three-dimensional space, and I will choose this like scale and amount of space which I want to put on a two-dimensional space. So then I have in mind, okay, how it will look on two-dimensional space. And then here is this thing called, let's say, okay, because I use lines, so it will be lines. Also because I use sometimes like no, actually shapes always should be considered, because what is shapes? Shapes, it can be like different colors, different values. Also like spots with different values. Also shapes is actually kind of silhouettes of different objects or different groups of objects, or planes, like front plane, middle plane, far plane. Like here it's a sky, for example, shape of a whole sky, kind of, you know. So I will show it's all shapes. So point shapes. So lines also will like go in a more categories, kind of. It's like also can say patterns, or maybe patterns put here. Okay, put patterns here. Yeah, number 3, because it will include together, because they can intersect. Yeah, so patterns can be made from lines and dots, you know. So you can say, okay, patterns plus lines, it will be some like hatching, you know. So it's like a pattern. Pattern plus shapes, it can be like no, I mean it will have this kind of area which it belong, you know, this like silhouette kind of. So and then all this also should to be considered like how it like composition. Okay, let's put first say like composition. So it's 2D composition. What does it mean? It's like we're organizing all these lines, you know, and 2D shapes. So how it looks just being abstract, you know, it's like absolutely abstract, because I don't know is car or not car. Car actually here is three-dimensional, right? We work in a two-point perspective grid space, so means car is three-dimensional. But when I draw composition, like two-dimensional composition, then car became just bunch of lines, bunch of shapes. Instead of being something, it became just abstract composition. So basically what is a trick is you should draw simultaneously, like keeping in mind you work with three-dimensional thing, with three-dimensional object, and being able at the same time see it as a set of lines and set of like kind of these shapes, you know. So here also almost forgot. It's maybe hard to understand. I don't know. It depends on level of your yeah, your education kind of about this stuff. So next thing I will use idea of three general values. Three values. Oh my god, so many to explain, but I try to be simple as possible. So three values is like light, middle, and dark. And so if talk without color, it can be like light gray and black, you know, like, and it's very popular in the comic books, which is also I like the style. So we have like white color, gray for like this grayish areas. It's also this gray use for colors, and blacks is just like blacks, you know. So it's like absolutely dark, something like ambient occlusion, cast shadow, or maybe like black. No, just directly black color, you know, black. When black is literally black, kind of this. So let's see. Так. So this all you see, I talking about all this stuff as like particles. So it's mean like every time it's like I focus my attention on subject, or I go more focus, more precise on some like element of this subject, and then I focus on element of this element, and etc. etc. You can focus on all these particles forever, and you can lost in it, and eventually don't draw anything at all, you know, because like, oh my god, there's so many stuff and so many details and so many things to keep in mind. And here we're back to this wave stuff. Yeah, hi John. Yeah, so yeah, let's let's back to our idea of little chat. I will stream you. So if you want to, just if you will have question, can say some question. Так. So back to wave, right? So to make this thing work, to make this thing live, true, and energetic, we need to consider this like nature of making it like with all these details, but also with this energy kind of flow. Yeah, kind of flow, let's say, right? Hi, John. Так. So, and so this Let's say, like I say, this is like your feeling, this your emotion, which you will take as a core, and you should have connection throughout all process. So let's say start to draw it here. So I say we have three-dimensional, two-dimensional. At the beginning I draw in like trying to do first two-dimensional, just to give some general idea of location of stuff here. Like also you see, more I look at this view, more I discover and recognize. Also now you see it's interesting how cast shadow from cloud unite whole from first plan or middle plan. Yeah, here's like middle plan. You see it's all united now. So it doesn't have cast shadows there. It's all in the gray area, like a gray value, and only have ambient occlusion. So kind of just for example. Yeah, so now what I also see here, we have this two-dimensional thing is here 1, 2, 3. You see, like train, metro, freeway. Then we have two, let's say, actually I don't know, two or not. No, I don't know. So like here is like we have this block. Yeah, okay, maybe we can this separate buildings, like one is closer here, and they're like kind of going out of page. Так, so too dark. Wow. Okay. And here is smaller one, and here is like middle size. And here again small buildings. So kind of this. And actually this metro going behind around with this here and covered with these buildings. So it's interesting all this, you know. Так. Why we need perspective here? Because if I will only draw it two-dimensionally, at least from my experience, I don't know, somebody can do different, but I don't think so. We'll have at least one problem here, is without perspective grid, it will be hard to show difference between elevated stuff and the ground stuff on the ground, and difference between like front and back, you know, like it will be no depth in the space. Так, so when I have some this general idea of where all the stuff will be on my picture, and here is funny, right? I will make perspective grid. To re-establish all this stuff. So so in this grid, in this perspective situation, we can see vertical lines don't have convergence, or if it's have on original reference, it's not kind of not noticeable, not important. Same. Okay, I will just draw my own grid. Так, how much strong it to do? Maybe we'll do like this. Yeah, so I was recently I was talk about this kind of stuff in Discord with actually, well, I always confused because your nickname John Doe, you're Christopher. Так. Oh, but I don't hear you. I cannot hear you. Yeah, again. Так, okay, let me check. Так. Yes, so I was recently have a conversation with Chris in my Discord about how to draw I don't know, like how to have passion to draw landscapes. And no, I just, you know, I like to when somebody have some question and I see I can talk about this like actual concern and like actual problem. Так, ага. I try to draw today with left hand. Let's see. It's like little waggy. Так.
Oh, I could never do that.
It's like, you know, it's like a drawing in general. Like when people say like, "Oh, I cannot draw at all," it's like you can draw like so easy. Yeah, easy after many years of drawing. Right. Так. But like at beginning it's same like anybody else. You just feel this frustration and pain. Так.
Yep. But you've done it so many times. Now you're good at it.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's called also gumption here. It's like is this word I practiced last days. It's called gumption. I think like when it's talking about people being able to proceed when it's not so easy and not so quick result, right?
Right.
Okay, yeah, so it's about gumption. Oh my god, так. Так, okay. Yeah, so we have perspective, and now let's see. I don't know, it's like again, it's a little hard to explain this thing. I just like, I want all stuff, all these details, all this structure, all these different objects. I want them feel good, kind of near each other, you know, on my picture, kind of. So, and I need to feel good about them because I care about how it looks. I care about um, because like a perspective point, like vanishing point, right? You want these lines, parallel lines, to be focused on this vanishing point, right?
Right.
So same here, I have this feeling which I want to deliver. So this is my kind of focus, my vanishing point, because so I want to make sure these things connect to this feeling and deliver eventually this feeling. So like if you take this like kind of clay, you know, so like the result will be like it's like result of your effort of like sculpting it. It's all, it's not nothing more. It's like it will not like uh some special magic word and then it's like oh this result. No, you're just keeping kind of sculpting it, and you of course apply some experience, knowledge, and etc. But practically it's just kind of this sculpting until you will refine it to level which will deliver this what you want, right? Так.
Right.
Oh my god. Так, so let's say here. So like it should be kind of actually so simple an example when you don't know you draw like fighting scene, like I don't know, Spider-Man versus Terminator or something. It's like kind of I want to draw something crazy cool, you know. You have this feeling there, right? Like a children drawing.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and like I hear it's like many times also. It's kind of this thing which you need to listen again and again, hear it from different, like in different situations from different people, and eventually you realize what it means. Like I hear somewhere like people was talking also like some artists about comic book artists, and they say like difference between like real master and like like mediocre or like average artist is masters he can draw some boring picture in an interesting way, you know, like some like not only action scene when it's like this Spider-Man fighting with Batman or stuff. It's can be like just scene when it's like dialogue with Peter Parker and he's empty kind of, or he's or somebody sit in cafe and drink tea, you know. You cannot make comic book only with fighting, right? So it should be like this calm moments. Same like in the music, it's like even if you're like Iron Maiden, it has this like how's it called, parts where you use like hardcore, yeah, like hardcore parts, and I don't know, it's like ambient.
I think that'd be it, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like and all this work together, like this like ambient parts make it hardcore be real hardcore. And hardcore also after you can really feel ambience after hardcore. So here, so on every time I work with anything of this, I can work with the passion. I can work with this just attitude, you know, and right attitude, which is also, I love how this guy in the book about Zen and motorcycle talk, he calls it like again gumption. It means like you're not a rush and you're not sleep kind of in the same time, you know, you're have um, this kind of desire and interest to do it with care kind of. So here like kind of like I draw in the silhouettes of buildings and silhouette of sky. And just kind of I want to do it, and I want to feel interesting while I do it, you know, because it's time of my life. And like it will be better if I enjoy it kind of, right? And also I want to feel good with how it look in the result. So it's kind of a two perspective of this. So, and this what I mean when I was say about to adjusting process of your work. Is like you need to learn. It's like again I saw in some manga about how to draw manga. It was say you learn how to draw, but also it's important to learn how to enjoy drawing. And it's not something like you can read kind of, you can find some insights in the books, of course, or some workshops and blah blah blah, like Listen Me kind of, for example, also can give you some insights. But most of all, of course, it's coming from your process. When you just say like, oh, I like use this tool, or I like prefer use this tool. If I use this tool, I will do it this way, and I will feel better, you know, do it this way. If I'll use other tool, I feel better if I will use this in another way. So you don't need to be obedient. It's no, I don't know. It's like you're not, you know, slaver of this. You know, it's like even if have all these technical parts, the secret is you can figure out how to subdue them to your own interest. And it's not kind of quick. It's not. I mean, it still is like struggle on the process. But you, if you will not try, if you will not do, then you all you will have is only struggle and disappointment, kind of, you know, like how to say, yeah, it's hard, but with idea of make it enjoyable, eventually you will get it. Maybe somebody can from beginning do it with passion, like, you know, like I see these people like artists who like don't have any foundation, they just sit and draw like a children. So how he was draw from childhood, he keep drawing it, and he kind of improving somehow in a way. Maybe he like in some side time he learned some like workshops and reading books about like anatomy and perspective. But I admire like this approach, like this artist who draw Spawn, you know.
Yeah.
How his name is famous, I've just forgot at this moment.
Todd McFarlane?
Yeah, McFarlane. Yeah, like sometimes like I watch some his works, like old works. It's like, oh my god, he's like he completely don't know anatomy. It's just like guessing, you know. But I wish I can draw like this. It's crazy, like all this like energy he put in his work.
at his art now.
So you see what I do? I all the stuff. I not learn it in one day, of course. It just was like you should focus on a feeling, on a enjoyment. Like I say, like this process which you want to adjust to make it enjoyable in the process is the most important, because if process you will not enjoy, your life will be suffer, kind of, right? Let's at least like enjoy when we're I don't know, let's enjoy at least some part of life. Not suffer all 100% of time, right? So, and is this something like in your control, right? So why you will cause suffer when you can cause joy, right?
Right.
So but when I feel like it's became like too boring or repeatable, I put more and more elements. I start to make it more complicated for myself. So it's like what's like oh, I will show you. Let's say this, I show you some pictures. That's my book. Everybody right now go buy Amazon. Buy Amazon. Yeah, so this picture I draw in my hometown, I don't know, like 2010 I think. And this year, I don't know, let me show you. Yeah, also this one I draw with left hand. It was already 2010, already was a struggle with drawing. Well, let's say like this one picture, right? It was difficult for me to draw like this in 2010. I was really like, whoa, so many details, so difficult, you know. And then, so like this picture was take about like 2 hours, and then it's like Hong Kong, you know, like 2015, 16. So where I have like 2 hours and I will draw something like this, you know. No, maybe you see it's like much harder to draw.
Yeah, stuff like this looks way harder. Wow.
Yeah, so I was thinking like more I draw, more quick I will draw, you know, more faster result I will have. But instead of it, I choose to make it more complicated. So and like after all these years and years of drawing, instead of make it like, oh, like I can in 10 minutes draw like landscape, I start to find more complex subjects, and I find to I start to apply more and more different rules, techniques and stuff, even without understanding. It's like now afterwards I can clearly say what all this means, you know. But then before it was I just like try and more make it more and more complicated. So here, let's say about shapes, right? You see, I use a perspective grid, but also I thinking about shapes. What kind of shapes we have here? We have this kind of here. It will go like this. So then, shape. It's interesting here. Shape of this highway in this freeway and this elevated metro. You see, we have this kind of, I don't know, like bottle opener kind of silhouette, and then we have this kind of silhouette here, you know. And this is something, it feels something like an interesting part in the music composition. Like You know, like ta 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 ta. So it's certain shape, you know.
Yeah. Very interesting shape.
Yeah. So this instead of make music, it's just like oh. Like I don't know. It's like I like this sounds, so I will put my favorite sound here, and after I will put this my favorite sound. So I have like jumping from my favorite sound to next favorite sound, or you can make shape of sounds, you know, which like will have some like I don't know how it's called in music. Like they should have a lot of these theories about composition, but it's like kind of have like harmonies or stuff like this. So it's like this shape which have like other shapes inside. Same here, this shape. So it's like you know. So, and I imagine it, right? Like somebody will look here and he will see like building. It's like oh another building, another building. Me after like seeking for it, I will see like kind of oh like
Music notes floating all around everywhere.
yeah, no, and it's interesting. It's like a poetry. Like you try to describe undescribable. And here it's like music, but it's not music actually. But it's definitely have same roots. Like music, poetry, and this have same roots. It's something you like a flow, and this flow you can express in the music form or in the poetry form or in this kind of shapes and lines and stuff. And this is kind of real subject of our work, not showing our skills or make money. I don't know what else. Так. This is really interesting. Like, yeah, now I think also need to recall sometimes this idea of just being a kid who sit and draw in comic book, and like you move yourself back like 10 years when you was like trying to draw, I don't know, like something very generic, and you like look, if you see artists who draw like you right now, you will say like, oh my god, I wish I will able ever to draw like this, right? So one another awesome element of 3D composition is overlapping. Overlapping? Yeah, so it's like we have buildings and we do this overlapping. It kind of sounds simple, but it's also very effective. So when I kind of hear, I want I must I want to be sure it's readable. It reads as a overlapping. Okay, so here will be this metro. Here will be this. And here is a road. Yeah, and also listen music also helps a lot. Like sometimes. I have here some free music, let me check. Just again, for example. Uh-huh. Okay, now it's look like a movie, music clip, you know? Maybe it's like you watch a movie and then we have this view to city, right? And it's like some story background and you try to imagine what kind of story background here. Maybe it's like I don't know, like some detective figure out is conspiracy and other planet aliens like involved in it and they want to conquer all Earth, you know, and we kind of watch it happen in Tokyo, and you know.
And then this city is next, is shot right here.
We need to do something. Fools, you don't know what's happening. It's like detective with a metal hat. And he after next frame he stay like in the metro, you know, with with a bottle in the paper. Come on, take yourself together. And then again back to this, and here like in the sky this spaceship, like, oh my god, too late.
It's like people have no idea what's going on. They're staring up at it.
Yeah, like this don't look up. I tell you, it's alien conspiracy.
Nobody listen.
And now, like, say is TV, people watch, show different countries, and like different UFO moving down, and these Marines, UFO Marines jumping everywhere.
But like everybody's just looking up confused, like the sky dims and people look out their windows.
Yeah. So, you know, all this is freaking in our heads, right? And I really like, I do like this sometimes. Or you can imagine it's like other planet city, and like just something which will make you interesting about this. It's like invisible backgrounds, kind of, right? But this invisible background, he is really like determine quality of your work. Так. Here I think how to do this. Because here it's interesting actually how it's interesting here. I was lost to this element here. I like how trains is going like this kind of. Let's see, maybe I still can put it inside. And sometimes like this happen too. It's like you have more plants than you actually can put in your picture. You know, it almost every time happen like this. It's something only you know. You know you was okay, so here I want to put these trains, this a lot. So, and I also kind of creating this rhythm with them. So again, back to this idea. I want it to be interesting in the process and interesting in result, enjoyable kind of. So I was thinking how to do it. Something like this, and then we have here this road. Sometimes like I draw building and I imagine it's actually a spaceship, because you know it's so it's kind of same like spaceship in a movie, like let's say like aliens, yeah, aliens, right? Like it's spaceship with all this crew. It's actually just like a building in the space.
Yeah, that's all it is.
So why not? I mean, in some buildings they really like design like spaceships. So you know, you kind of just try to find it how to trigger yourself. Like again, back to this manga about how to draw manga. It's like you adjust yourself, you teach yourself how to enjoy, and like you will be have more and more of it. You will be better and better at it, and it's okay when you have just at least connection, you know, at least you feel something and you want to show it. It's good, like a whisper. It's already mean your drawing is not pointless. It's have reason to why you do it, you know. It's horrible to watch. I mean, it's just waste of time when you watch somebody drawing, but he don't have any feeling. It's just like drawing. I don't know why I look at it, you know. But more, you will feel this real like success. It's like when you, let's say, when you, no, when you get this explosion, you know, like oh, like hallelujah. No, you have this real like I say you can really feel this moment of like being in the inside this story of alien invasion and this like super guy like who will fight against them and like probably win. So you feel this kind of blob of energy which will like explode in the story later, you know. And this what everybody wants to. Nobody wants boring life. Так. So here I want to, yes, this one, let's put, so, and here again, like back to our usual talk about perspective grids. I use perspective grid not as a way to draw correct, like on a picture. Here, I don't know how many grids should be for this picture. I'll like show you quick. It's like a lot of perspective grids for this view, but I choose one perspective grid and I draw little different from original reference, and I use this perspective grid to make sure my picture will be cool from my perspective. So you see I have this perspective grid to put this electric poles, kind of.
Yeah.
So it's always will be some guy who will say like, huh, you drew it wrong, you know, like I've been, like here I have this picture with train railroad, and this one, and it was some old man in exhibition who was stay looking at it, and like after looking at for like 10 minutes he say like, this artist don't know what he drawing. It's like absolutely wrong. You know.
Yeah, you know exactly what's up.
No, I mean I don't care. I mean I don't want it to. I don't want it to. It's not technical book for people, like instruction how to build a railroad or stuff like this, right? Так. So
It's there.
I don't want it to be like technically correct. It's absolutely nonsense. Так. And no, if I find it enjoyable and if it's required for some reason, then of course. Yeah, so it's really interesting, you know, this thing like when you making up in your head something like in this example, something can be absolutely unrelated. It's just like absolutely just made from nothing. It's just like, oh, how can I make this view to have emotional attachment for myself? And like we can like find some book or like I don't know, talk about like different technique how to make yourself feel good about it, you know. But I think it's better is just to have idea of it and then to remind yourself that is actually is necessary. And imagine like so interesting. Like we have like this very cool movie. It's like I think it's like from what is a golden age for Hollywood movies? Golden years.
Um, Most of the time, people say the golden age. You're talking about like up to the 1960s.
It's in general, but okay, maybe it's like yeah, it's this discussionable. I don't know, like for me, like I love most movies in Hollywood is like maybe 70s or 80s. 80s, I think 80s. It's like a lot of this. I don't know. It's like yeah, I think like 80s, 90s. It was so many cool movies, like this, very action movies, but they in the same time they like so much, so professional. Like Godfather. What year is this?
It was 1975, I think.
Okay, yeah. So it's kind of 70s. Yeah. So no matter what, almost every movie from these years is so crazy quality, so high.
It was 72, sorry.
Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, so it's kind of 70s, I guess. It's like I mean it was like if now we take like average movie is so superficial, I don't know, like so watery kind of, like it doesn't feel like it's really like high standard. At least it's okay, you know.
It's alright. Yeah, it just doesn't have that same feeling.
Yeah, and this in the 70s, like it's like, oh, it's supposed to be just like, I don't know, like popcorn film for one time, but actually it's so freaking well made. Like it's became like a classic, you know, like a Speed or Die Hard. It's like it's just like action movie, but this Die Hard is so crazy. It's like you can I don't know, put it on the wall also, right? Like put it in a frame, just because it's so many stuff which like quality of each frame and all this stuff. Also, this kind of poetry of visual language is so good. Or like just try like watch Speed with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock. It's so crazy. I was like, you know, like living now in with all this whoa. Apocalypse now.
Well, I need to watch that again. I watched that a long time ago.
Speed.
Yeah, it was a great movie.
Yeah, and I want to say like I was watch like no I mean like having now all these movies usual it's like they're like I watch all them. It's like it's no interesting picture looks just okay. I mean just in visual term, you know, it's not interesting to watch. It's kind of so average. Yeah, very average. And then like I walking around and I see just some on TV some movie. It's like wow, wait a second. It's just, you know, it's just like this pictures composition of frame. Like now like some city view, then next picture, next view, next view. It's like oh my god, it's like I want to stop it and draw because it's so cool composition, you know, all this like it's like what is this? And I just like have like this like aesthetic orgasm, you know. It's like oh my god, it's so amazing look. And then it's like I watch like 10 movie of beginning of 10 minute of beginning of this movie, and I realize what is this Speed? Is this like movie with Keanu Reeves? It's like oh my god, this looks like mm, I don't know. It looks like something like, I don't know, like take some movie which is like um, I don't know. It's like absolutely great work. So I didn't expect. I was thinking it's just some action movie. Like okay, it's good action movie, but quality of everything so good. It's crazy. Yeah, maybe it's like this book for children when you grow up and you read it, like Mark Twain, and it's like, oh, is this for children? It's like adult people read this and like it blows their minds, like how many ideas and interesting uh, insights story have.
Yeah, they knew what was up back then.
Yeah. No, I hear this like my favorite guy like high school. I forgot. Always forget. He say it's like it because it was like this time when movies media was growing. It was like blooming kind of. So everybody was very excited. It was you can like improve and you can discover something new. It was fresh still, but now it's like nothing more you can do with this. It's like like everything is just like looking backwards and do from past. So like good movie which will like use tricks been discovered in the past years, kind of this.
Felt that way about it for a little while. A lot of people still say that you never really run out of things to do.
Maybe need to have like some new technology which will again make this new era, new place to discover, like a VR movie, for example. I think it will be new, how to say, newborn for a movie.
That would be fantastic. I want to watch a VR movie.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's definitely, I believe it's definitely will happen. Actually, it's like now I think like VR movie now already is something like it's Call of Duty.
Oh, where you could see what it's like to fight there.
uh, no, I mean it's just like for me like Call of Duty is like it's like a movie in virtual reality. Uh, no, I mean you don't need googles, but still it's like you have all this three-dimensional space and you're inside of it. So probably let's can say it's like maybe it's like action movie in virtual reality.
That's true. They're very cinematic games.
Yeah, and why it's like me in general like I like in video games like this experience and Call of Duty guys, they really consider it like they make you to have experience. It's not like you have gameplay or something. I don't know. You really like you walking through experience. So they like make you experience different. I don't know, like different situations. Like you can be like pilot of airplane, and then you're like on a vessel somewhere, like walking inside, and like you see stuff which you've never seen before, or like you're fighting with KGB or stuff like that.
Well, it's like a way to explore, too. But a lot of games take places in real places now, and they do it just like a movie.
Ah, yeah. It's like this. I hear. I don't. Probably. I'm not sure. Probably it's like one of idea of Assassin's Creed. It was to people who love this kind of history, developers. It's like okay, like a Cameron. He say like he made Titanic movie just because he wants somebody give him money to dive and to watch real Titanic underwater. So same, I think like these developers of Assassin's Creed, they just want to have money for exploring history and make like uh, virtual reality of historical locations and stuff like this. You know, I imagine like if you're like history geek, how much enjoy for you to make like virtual world like a Greece, you know.
And it'd be like breathtaking. It'd be so fun.
Yeah, so I think it's it's like main reason probably is for Assassin's Creed. It's just this for guys who love history, just to create this virtual space with the historical sites. I also have like for fun I've been like work in a SketchUp, and I did some 3D of apartments where I've been. It's so funny, like you really like see it and try to recall, like okay, here was this thing, like what is proportion. It's like because you was walking there and you kind of can guess like how high um, walls and how long space or stuff. Then you put all those objects, and it's so funny.
And you said you did that in SketchUp?
Yeah, you know SketchUp.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, so it's very funny. Like they have this library with objects. You can like sofa, TV, and you know. So it's kind of it's great tool also for artists, I think, to concept, um, to make concept environment concept kind of.
Yeah, it's used all the time in concept art.
Yeah, like I know, for example, one like Russian concept artist, and he's like everything do in SketchUp, but when he give his work to company, he give it on a 2D. So he 2D artist, but he design everything in 3D.
Wait, does he even draw or paint any of it, or is it all 3D?
No. In the end, he like will maybe put couple colors in Photoshop. No, you know he just makes this like boards with like different angles and maybe different variations, but whole design he make in a 3D, so then he can like make screenshots, kind of put in Photoshop, make some color, kind of this. So I mean, I was just surprised. It's like, oh, I think he make like 3D, so it will be like, no. I thought it's like his job to make 3D objects, but he say no. Actually, like his job is to make two-dimensional concepts, but he used 3D because it's like just help him to no, to see better the stuff.
You also don't have to fix the perspective on everything. Just so much less to worry about.
Yeah, yeah, and like he making, you know, like guns, vehicles, everything in this in SketchUp. It's crazy. He like okay, I will put on Discord. He have like he did for some like space online game. He did like spaceships, and he like did like one like house called spaceships, like freaking crazy huge, like spaceship which is like real have size of city, you know. I mean, you make in SketchUp this thing with all this like real size, and this like real size is like a city, you know. and it have all this stuff like how say docks for smaller ships, have like inside can walk and like differences, different blocks and stuff. So it's crazy. And like he did it in SketchUp. I say like one moment he was divided on parts and draw it and make it in different files, because SketchUp he just cannot work with such many details.
Wow. Yeah, with the free version of SketchUp, all that stuff is really hard. I'm surprised he was able to do that much with it.
Yeah, I a long time don't use it. I don't know now. It's like it's subscription now, right?
Yeah, get the program it is. There's a 2017 version that's still free. You can still download it, but it's hard to find.
Ah, okay.
Oh wow, they removed it this month.
No more free version.
No more free version. I'm gonna see if I still have the downloader on my computer.
Oh.
Yes, I will be SketchUp.
But now can use Blender, I think. It's not.
Yeah, Blender's fun, and Blender does lighting too. It does all the lights for you.
Yeah, it's like it's a little harder than SketchUp, I think, but I think it's okay. Yeah, so no need to. No, yeah, and it give more opportunities. So yeah.
It does. A lot more features. It's really hard to measure things out because with SketchUp you put a line down and then you can cut the line in half and just draw a line, and it's just so easy to get things done.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, with Blender you can always make boxes, but if you want to cut a hole in the box, that's a process.
Oh.
You want to. Yeah, I mean, it's worth
No,
it.
actually, no, actually, you can find. I think I've been find like it's have different add-ons. So in YouTube you can find video like how add-on which make uh, Blender be like SketchUp, something like this, and they really like have some plugin make like make you able to work like in SketchUp.
Wow, do you know if it's free?
Yeah, sure. No, not sure actually, but probably. And I think if it's not free, it will be like just like not so expensive. Так. Everything's still wobbly with my left hand. Drunk style. Так, okay, need more fast. Yeah, and here interesting also with inking. Important also is to decide in this make decisions where make details and where make it what's it called?
A simple make.
Yeah, like sluggish, not so serious.
Yeah, empty. Simplified.
Lazy.
Crappy. Terrible.
Так. Yeah, and sometimes also like I can like change buildings. Like, okay, like it. Also, secret is like when you see you cannot draw correct, you just change it.
That's the art's secret. That's what they don't tell you.
Yeah, just draw different buildings. That's all. Yeah, no, I also recommend to watch Daniel Warren. He have usually he have like streams every Friday night. Today I think it was no stream. I don't know why. But you can watch his old videos. Like he have somewhere like drawing like also perspective stuff. I love to watch him for inspiration because don't know, it's like same this situation as like you watch it looks so easy. what he do. But for me, it's like a genius, you know.
I'm gonna go look at some of his art. Oh, he's this guy. Yeah, I remember the last time you mentioned him.
Yeah. I like how he like this pure approach of this like kind of children drawing vibe, you know, like I mean like when I was, you know, when we're in the childhood, which is like, I don't know, you draw this something like sticky figures with swords, something like this,
Yeah.
and like fighting, shooting, like da 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 da. So same like how it was simple and enjoyable to draw some so approachable kind of in the childhood. So same you can bring same attitude, same vibe to professional artist level. And this what do Daniel. This how he worked. He did it deliberately. I mean, if you listen his some videos, he explaining this. He talking about it was his conscious decision to draw it this way. So, like again, what I was talking, right? Is like you cannot have it if you no, if you don't have it and you don't try to to make it, then you will never have it. You need to make it your conscious decision, your desire, kind of, right?
Yeah.
So, and there's just many artists, they even don't aware of this. They even don't know, like they can just draw for fun. No, or some even, you know, some don't want it because they want maybe like I want to show everybody how great I am. Look how difficult my picture, and blah blah blah. It's like, you think it's easy to draw? I die 5 times while been drawing.
I exploded one time when I was drawing.
Yeah, I was also thinking about my my YouTube. I will need to reorganize everything. Ooh, it's crazy. I reading now like about marketing. It's just Christ. It's so scary, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't looked too much into it.
I find like finally some interesting like books. They really like very insightful, and I see how much like some like say successful in the informational space artists, how much they literate in marketing. So same is like it's not accidental. They really know what they're doing. Like branding kind of stuff.
Wonder where they learned it.
Same, I think same. They just been read this kind of books. It just maybe it depends from environment. Maybe somebody been like suggest them read this and gives them first idea about how it works. Like for me, you know, like from these people from Soviet Union countries, like past Soviet countries, like make money is almost like a sin. It's like money. It's evil. Everything need to be for free.
Exactly. You should just give away everything for free.
Yeah, and everybody must give you free everything. If they not,
Exactly.
they look, you're not a nice person. You're capitalist. You want to use me.
You user, you greedy,
Yeah.
you greedy Scrooge.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. Why you need all this money for?
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Buy stuff?
Are you a consumer? You'll buy your phone and notebook and sit and drink a latte in a cafe. I'm so much smarter than you.
Yeah, all I need is a wooden cup.
Yeah, and drink vodka and sleep on a bench like a real man. Actually, this I think how this. Yeah, and eventually all these communist ideas, they end up with a bunch of poor, angry people who hate you because you have money and they don't.
And then they'll go over there and they'll take all your money. No,
Yeah, like they will free, make you free from your
yeah.
capitalistic wrong ideas.
Ideals.
Yeah.
They'll free you from the burdens of having all that money.
Yeah. And yeah, but it's so interesting, you know, like Stalin.
I've heard stories about him. I've heard the name.
It's like mustache Lenin. Lenin.
Yeah, like the block shaped guy.
Lenin friend. Lenin. He's like Lenin student. Yeah. So, and it's like so many story. Like, okay, let's say like how it's so funny to hear how people describe who he is for people who don't like KGB and communism, you know, who don't like to be in a prison and want to be free and think be free is better than be in a prison. for them, Stalin is kind of a maniac, you know. And but for people who say like, oh, communism is great, we need some strong hand and a great leader and stuff. For them, Stalin is like, oh, he's so amazing, and they always say he he doesn't own anything. They say only his property is like pipe and kettle, like like average military kettle. But in real life, have this like memoir kind of from people who've been close to him, and they tell in stories like how he have like hundreds of like a villa, you know, like in somewhere in the best areas in Russia, and with like everything, like super luxury area. It's like it's not own him, but it's place where he chill out, you know.
Yeah, so it's like is kind of.
So it's like this like tyrant stuff. And it was story like about like he's like so often make fests, how to say, like where it's like a lot of food, a lot party time, like party hard or stuff. And say like have like very crazy big table, and there all these like communist party leaders there, and eat all this like crazy food, you know, like a caviar, this like delicious every stuff, and then it's like snap his finger, like new how you say, like new linen, and this service people, they take all this food from table, just grab it out from table and put new linen and start to serve in new food, new dishes, kind of this. So it's like a lot of food was not finished and just trash it out, but at the same time in countries like was shortage, you know, like people like really like some people die from like lack of food and stuff.
It's horrible.
Yeah, I mean, it's like how it's interesting how it really is. Like this, people like say like, "Oh, capitalist, why you need all this money for yourself?" Yeah, Comrade Stalin don't have money, you know. Yeah,
Yes, Comrade Stalin, he only have pipe and kettle and 3 feather.
yeah. All this burden of Russian people, of nation. Yeah. Now now I really believe should re how say revoke uh, how it was in America. I forgot how it's called, like hysteria about communism. It was like FBI like first years of FBI. Red Red Witch Hunt, something like this.
The Red Scare?
Ah, Red Scare, right? Is this how it called?
Yeah.
I think this should come back. Now I believe, you know, this guy was right. This it because now so many stuff like how say going unnoticed because too many support from free world countries have China and Russia is really scary and bad.
agree with that. Yeah.
So it should be more I don't know. This seems just different generation, not this people like this time when they was really understand what it is, how crazy it is. You know, like how can you deal with no, I don't know. It's like even like crazy. It's like people eating machine. Uh, no, people grinder. You know this system, which Russia appears to be still. I mean, it's like still. It's like Soviet Union, but with a different name. And I was recently realized as like a meaning of it, like what they're actually what they are, like China and Russia systems, kind of, and North Korea, all this, you know, authoritarian regimes. It's it's a human grinders. They just grinding people, like for anything, you know. It's just like people for them, it's a trash. And how can you cooperate with them? Like it's like well, it should be like compromise everybody who have deal with them, but it's not work now like this. It's weird. Like you know, like have this like Tesla in China, and like I think a lot of like this like companies, foreign countries, and like German work with Russia a lot. It's crazy. They all should go and tell in the court like what why is they doing this. Like no 1 second, like this channel been closed.
Yep, gone.
What? Evgeny Bondarenko no more exist in internet.
And then next they'll come for our Discord. And they'll go to the library, they'll go over each of your books, they'll just erase your name.
Yeah, like all photos where I've been, like it's just like invisible background. Like this Westworld. Так. Oh, draw left hand really so slow. Так. Okay, more practice. Yeah, so it's also sometimes, you know, like sometimes it's like super cool picture you draw and you know it, but sometimes like you draw it and it's like, oh my god, it's so bad. I need to drop it and run away and scream. And so many times I was feel like this, but I say, okay, at least you finish it, and it will be something you done. At least will feel like you're finished, you know, and still try to do this adjustment, try to make it enjoyable and stuff, no matter what. And like when it's like 10% need to be done, or like 5% to the end, almost done, you know, and you start to see like, wow, actually it's not so bad. And then you start last minutes, you start to really enjoy, you find how to make it look cool, and you're really happy about this picture. So you need to also kind of survive through these moments when you don't like your picture, and don't give up, because if you will give up in this moment, then it will be bad experience. You will look at this picture every time, and every time you will think like, like I cannot actually draw, you know.
Yeah, I get this issue all the time.
So
Especially at the start. Right.
when start?
Yeah, at the start when you're just trying to put lines down and nothing's really,
Yeah,
you know, if you
yeah.
just have a single few buildings on the page and it all just looks awkward.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you need to think about it, how to make it. What make you experience this? Maybe like you choose more interesting pictures to draw, or maybe you try different sequence how you draw picture. Like from what you start drawing your picture? You make thumbnail drawing?
I don't, and it's a big problem that I have, or I don't really plan them out before I do them.
So you don't plan. But how you start? Tell me, like, interesting.
Usually I just start by drawing something. Um, you know, I like to try and start from the front back, so I draw whatever's in front first.
Uh-huh.
But really, I usually just start with whatever's the biggest object on the page. It's terrible.
But this object is something you find most interesting, or it's just because it's big?
Usually whatever's the most interesting. Like in this picture here, I
Uh-huh.
would have started from that huge skyscraper in the middle, the black one.
Uh,
And then it
okay.
would have been terrible because it's a single box. The perspective probably isn't right on it. And like you have to awkwardly draw other buildings around it. It's really not the best place to start.
Uh, so you need to more consider like drawing groups than objects themselves. You know what I mean? Like this one, this building you say in the front, right? Actually, it's like uh, I don't know, 5 buildings. Whoa, what is paper so weird? So it's like we have this paper here. So you can really like try to draw it like one shape. So something like this. You see?
Yeah.
So this is very important. This is something I think you're avoiding or missing, kind of, because everybody missing it at beginning, and like you will never be good at it if you will never start and try. So I mean, really try draw like this instead of draw this building, this building, this building, or even worse, like, you know, this building with all these details, and then next building, all details, and they were like just jumping random buildings around. More important is like how you draw this. Then actually it's all picture is unite thing, where each you go inside and it's more like these parts. So like here we have this one, and then here will be this, right? And then actually it's like this, like I tell you, like a beer opener kind of silhouette, you see? So I'm actually work with this area. So then you can unite it like this, like one area, or like this, or like this. So we have like three shapes, which they're like one shape, second shape, uh, and third shape, kind of, you know. So they intersect, but still I kind of consider them like one shape, uh, second shape, and third shape. You see what I mean? It's like when you tell your brain yourself, what am I drawing? You are not drawing building. You're drawing a bundle.
Wow.
Yeah, so change kind of this thing. Is maybe like purposefully try a couple drawings, just like push yourself towards this, and to make it more like natural for yourself, because maybe first time it will feels unnatural. But still, it's like you need to go and. It's hard to say. Like you are adjusting, you keep in mind you want to make it all like enjoyable and stuff, and this quality you need to reach. But in same time, also don't expect it will be easy. Kind of, you need to dig kind of through it, and it's like, you know, this kind of tension and pain on the way. It's not so bad compared to other pains, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's like you can say like, I don't know, like which pain is like harder, like being like sport master and suffer muscle pain, and all this like brief stuff, or like I don't know, like maybe even like breaking joints and stuff, or is this is just like psychological stress. You can say it's not so bad, at least lie for yourself.
That's true.
So it's like, come on, like, you know, I do nothing. It's just sitting here with piece of paper. So should I find a way how to feel not so serious about this? And again, like, listen music, yeah.
That's a given.
Maybe, no, I mean, maybe you will learn later will draw without music, but I don't know what is problem with that. At first it's good to use everything can help. At least music will not grow your fat or something.
I guess that's true.
Yeah, cookie and coffee is more danger.
I'm so. I thank God every day that I was born not liking coffee.
Me too. But now so don't try.
Nope. So what are you drinking right now?
Water. Cause I drink already 1 cup of coffee today, so now I drink water. If I drink too many coffee, I just start to nervous. You know, I don't feel like super excited. I feel like shaking and like how say like adrenaline maybe, you know, like want to run somewhere, like feel like somebody chasing me and stuff.
Oh wow.
It's like, oh my god, I'm in danger. Like a almost heart attack, something like, oh no, everybody against me, run away.
The heart monkeys are gonna get you.
Yeah. I knew I'm no artist. I knew it. All these haters was right. It's like saying, oh, I say it's good idea to drink couple of coffee cups for drawing. Like drink, just like, oh. It's kind of problem with drugs, like alcohol or anything. I don't know. People can find. I don't believe it really works. I mean, it's only for amateurs. If for somebody who have hard time just to make himself to draw, he maybe if he will drink alcohol or use something, he will make himself finally sit and draw something. But you can imagine what it will be, right?
Yeah.
And it's tricky because like alcohol, if like I've been trying like alcohol to put myself in a mood to draw, like when you have all this like thoughts like, oh, I'm not sure, like I'm not in the mood, and it's like, okay, I drink some alcohol and I will yeah, I will feel like excited, like, and maybe it work once, but then it's never work again. It's like will make you want to sleep, or you will distracted, or feel like hard to focus. And other side is like I read book. How's this writer? Wait a second. Stephen King.
Yeah.
I never read Stephen King, but I read his book about how he write books. It's very interesting. It's a very good book. You can find just because like about creativity, like it's very good explanations there. And he was telling about he being like addicted to alcohol just to work, because like what is thing with Stephen King, he been practicing approach of drawing or of writing stories like very strictly in a schedule. So like he say like for example like I forgot exactly like from 9 morning to 11 morning he every day sit and write, and he need to write 7 page something like this. So and he say he was being like boosting himself, like drink alcohol to like to just sit and do this stuff, like to help ideas going and stuff. Then he get addicted to cocaine. Then he to go out from cocaine he again back to alcohol and all stuff. So I say like he spent so many years just to trying to get out from addictions, and finally he can write without drinking or using drugs. So he say like better don't go in this trap, because really like one moment it just became like a lot of struggle just to with drugs instead of creativity.
Wow.
Like so funny, he writes, he say one day I was like moving from my studio to closet to drop some bottle with beer, like to like no to closet, and you see like all room was full of empty bottles, and then I realized I'm alcoholic.
Wow.
So in this moment again, you open like somebody like Daniel Warren, because this is kind of this good thing when you can really see this kind of master and let's say from inside how he really works. And I mean, he just sit listen. I don't know. No, he not listen music when he draw online. But I mean, you can just watch how he draw so crazy, passionate stuff, and it's just like feels like remind me like it was in a childhood and drawing like this. Like yeah, like I've been work in a studio drawing comic books like long time ago, and it was one guy drawing comic books. You know, he draw like this, like da 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 da. Oh, you motherfucker! He like, oh my god, this is so. I was scared. I think, okay, this guy is crazy, but now I see no, it's perfect.
Really, what did you learn from him?
I mean, just this attitude, like a kid playing with toys, you know. Like I'm, like okay, like have you think sometimes like you sit and draw, and you have this tension, and you feel like more and more overwhelmed, until you're finally like, oh, I don't have energy anymore. I need to break, and you break. You go open computer game, and you play computer game, and you then like after 10 hours it's like, oh my god, I've been playing this game 10 hours. And then I was like thinking like, no, not 10 hours, that's just for example, but I mean it seems like you should be tired, but you sit and spend so much time playing this game and forgot about everything, right? So
Right.
then I was like question like, I wish like my drawing process be like this. I wish to have like so much oh, how to say, being like captured, you know, with this process, like so I cannot stop and I forgot about everything, and I forgot I'm tired, kind of this. So, and I think this guy like kind of he was totally in this state. He's like draw and he's like um like he living there, you know, again, like we draw in a childhood, like I don't know, you draw Spider-Man as like you feel like you are Spider-Man, you know, and you are jumping like there, and here it's like ha 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 ha, like, and so he was so much like excited, like a children who was like just like can't control himself and like making these sounds and like emotioning and jumping, you know, on the chair. It's crazy, you know.
It sounds awesome.
Yeah, and I think it should be not so difficult. You can, you know, like nobody home. You can try to do this yourself. It's like I was joking, like being silly with this view. Like it's like, what if it's like Mars attack planet, and you just think like, no, blah blah blah, blah. Like I will never make it happen. And it's like, you know, you see talking with yourself with your picture, and like it's like, there's like some woman here in the street, like this you fool, no. Just like play like children play, right?
Yeah.
And I was read his comic book. He give me one day. He give me even maybe not one, maybe couple comic books. It was so interesting too. It's uh like I was talk with him at work. No, like we draw different stuff. It's like I cannot say like he draw super good, but he drew a lot, like crazy, you know, with all this like flaws and mistakes and lack of skill. He just drew a lot, and it was readable and actually not so bad. And in his comic book, I seen a lot of like he been copy from other comic books, you know, just like I don't know, like some frame is just being stolen from other comic book. But still, story, it's his story. And he was talking me. He said like, "Hi, you know, I've been exploded like at least 5 planets in my comic books," and it's like he was telling me this. It's like if he been really, uh, like for him, it was actual events, like actual history, or he been actually there and witness or participate this stuff. And like I was reading his comic books, it's really like crazy. He was like with these comic books he was like uh no like playing with worlds, you know, like exploring and being there. That's so interesting. Try. Here's some weird part here. And it was like in his comic this was like Star Wars, Mecha, Jurassic Park, Alien, like kind of everything he saw around he just put it in a comic book. That's so fun.
Sounds like he's gonna get some amazing ideas. Maybe.
No, no, I mean, it was I can feel how much he enjoyed when he was draw it, and it was fun to read. But all the ideas was kind of you know, this video in internet like creativity. It's mixing something like this. Forgot how it's called. It's like you cannot make something new. You can only remix. Everything is remix. You saw this on YouTube?
I haven't seen the video, but I've heard the idea a lot, especially in concept art.
Yeah. So he was like using it so straightforward. Like he, no, like I say, it's like everything was in this everywhere kind of all this like movies or stuff. He was just exploiting all these images in his story, and it's just like because all this been combined together, it's been kind of like original. Oh, it's like making your own computer game, you know. Again, like these guys who making like Assassin's Creed, it's just like kind of like wow, I get paid to make virtual Greece, virtual reality of Greece. Doing some random stuff. So also, you know, like is many different way how to draw building or different objects. Like okay, let's say this have tower here on a building, has something like this. But if I will draw it like this, I will don't like it. So I actually just drew it like silhouette. So it's kind of same thing, but it's different process, you know. And it's also kind of this kind of thing about make it more interesting for yourself. Nobody say like you need to no, I mean somebody say something, who cares, but you don't need to draw like every window, like follow perspective stuff, you know. You can find something other to draw. You maybe like a dots, maybe like this, maybe I don't know, like kind of, maybe you will draw around windows instead of windows, you know. So like if I have like let's say some usual building with windows, like you can take pencil, draw like this, and then draw windows. Oh, I had to draw like this. For me, I will. Wait a second. Actually, I draw like this. No, okay. So if if me, I will actually try to find this rhythm, like one window, second, third, and etc. And then I want to make them bonds, kind of, instead of being correct in perspective and to be like ruler it. I want to make them to be this like pattern or rhythm in composition, you know. Erase all this. Get some hardcore music.
Oh, nice. I can hear it on the stream.
And also, so again, back to this. Imagine, yeah. Imagine this stuff. It's actually, no, I mean, I don't know if your concept artist is different, but I mean, if we talk about art, and maybe there is also make difference, like inside this field of concept artists. But what is the difference between artists and what make art to be art? How can you say?
Like how our concept art is different from people who make art to make art?
No, I mean like what make art to be art?
What makes art to be art?
Yeah.
I can't say.
So like if we like about what we talk today, I think can say like it's this your imagination in is kind of think what you don't say directly, you don't show directly, but you made up this thing, you know, like I say, like okay, like you draw view, but in your mind is not view. In your mind is view. In it, it's a city in this story of alien invasion and detective and blah 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 blah. You know, like you watch Hollywood movie and they show different views too, and all of them in the context of movie, right?
Right.
So it's difference with reality and the artwork. It's a context, and this you can be like, what make you artist? it's you are making this context. So like if you're just like if no like observer or witness, you're you just how to say, you just observe, you just digest kind of context and kind of all this stuff, right? But if you're creating context, okay, then you're actually making art in this moment, because I many years I was thinking about this, and I realized like every artist who I find doing like real art, they always have something you cannot describe in their work. And I was thinking like, is there really something behind, or is my feeling of it? Because when you finally find out all context of picture, then you lost interest, right?
Mostly, yeah.
So it's like you can, if you watch movie and everything there and you see and understand it completely, then okay, you will never watch it again, and maybe even feel like little disappointed you waste your time for it. But like if take Miyazaki, for me it was always this amazing quality of his work. It's like uh, you can watch every time, and every time you will find some new detail, and every time you will feel it's like you see, like you look in a window, like this view for example, right? You look in a window, you see what you decide to see in this moment, but you actually don't see everything. So you can watch it all your life, and you will all your life you will find something to look at, right?
Right.
So it's like kind of some so somehow Miyazaki make this context living behind all this visual and or stuff on the surface. Something you feel is there, and something what make everything to be like alive in this. Because if it was no context behind, it will be no this energy.
Wow.
Yeah. So and here, it's this kind of thing. It's like it don't need to be like, you don't need like 20 years practice it like crazy and read 100 books to understand how to do this. Actually, it's very simple. Like children, like I say, right? You just sing like kind of blah 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 blah. It's just for somebody it's just view, but for you, no. For you, it's maybe it's city underwater, and here like everybody is like fish. I don't know. You start to kind of made up stuff. You create in context, in which in context make you this picture to be interesting for you. So, what and in here and this is your real. I mean, like how to say, it's like this area is where is real art happen. It's not when you draw. Draw is easiest part actually in all art. Like implementation, it's easiest, or like it's like say like it's most pointless and average thing. Like you can teach everybody how to draw like physically kind of, but this your idea behind your context, what you're imagining when you draw, this what make you different. So if you think like everybody, then your drawing will, your art kind of inequality of art will be same like everybody else. But if your like context it's super different from everybody, then it will really like feels very different. and nobody will know exactly why. And many artists even too don't realize why this happened, because somebody conscious about context, somebody not aware of it. Like Miyazaki, he say he like I tell you, remember, like he is diving inside his subconsciousness, and he say he don't want to explain how it works, because he afraid if he will understand how it work, he will break it. So basically he just like he find some hook, kind of, he finds something he can hook to, attach, and then he untangle, like unpack this image, so he like going more and more inside this, and he say, right, this is his context. You know, try to kind of it can be like little difficult, but it's like try to understand different approach. What I mean, like one guy, he sit to draw, he want to draw cartoon from screenplay, right?
Right.
It's one artist, and he's like, okay, we have some like these standards of industry, we know how to draw cartoon, we know how to draw blah blah blah, and like I have some screenplay and blah blah blah, I need to think how to make this concept design and draw and blah 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 blah. Or other guy, Miyazaki, and his context, he say like, oh, I have some this like I seen somewhere, like in a dream, in subconscious, I don't know, it's like say like somewhere in his head, in his mind, he seen this girl who been a fish, and she want to be a girl, and she go like, I think she kind of maybe finds some boy in the surface, and he start, in his idea, he start to kind of dive in her world and following her, you know. So here is question, where he reads this, or who tells him this, or where we can see this idea of making stories this way. Maybe we can find, maybe not, but this what he made up for himself, you know.
Yeah.
So this his approach made his art, and not he and they're like not similar artists at all. It's freaking absolutely different artists. So like one artist who's like have this approach, like making cartoon from screenplay, and other artists who like kind of who living in some parallel world, and he going there and looking around and drawing this, and this context make all what we see in his work, and he organized all his studio to follow this context. It's crazy, right?
Right. Yeah.
So it means how you find for yourself this, what will be what, no, like how you explain yourself what you do, this will be what you do. So if you explain yourself like, I need to draw this picture, and yeah, because kind of I have no choice, I need to mileage and practice, and okay, everybody will see like, oh my god, this dude suffer, he really need mileage, but like, how to say, like I feel so pity for him. Nobody will feel like, oh, this picture is so interesting. No, they're like, oh my god, this guy suffer a lot. So it's interesting. my point is like everything you do, all your moves, all your stuff, uh, all this is transparent. And what we really see, we see this your attitude, your own idea of what are you doing right now. So and in this idea can be absolutely anything. It's no rules here because it's absolutely made up stuff. So you can like you can imagine like, let's say like right now I will kind of thinking like some, like maybe you can think like when you draw you actually alien, and maybe you always been, you come to this planet uh, to broadcast alien signal in a language that people can understand, and you find out this signal cannot be translated to words. It can be translated only to marks.
Oh.
you know and you draw, every time you draw you're doing this stuff. It will be something like, we will feel this, um, nature kind of your
energy.
Yeah, like it will be this thing, and then maybe somebody even will guess, and also, I feel it's like this dude is like believe he's alien, or like maybe he really alien, and like it's like, oh, he really find out, Sometimes people get it, sometimes not, and still it's something like absolutely made up. It's so interesting, right?
Yeah.
Так.
I'm gonna do that the next time I draw.
Yeah, no, you point here. You're not gonna do it. You always do it.
I see.
Yeah, it's just like about like what, how conscious you about this, and like, do you want to change this? What maybe you want to find something which will be more like aligned to your personal stuff, kind of. I don't know. Like again, like yeah, and again, we're talking here in the context of making it enjoyable. So you can find some context which will make process enjoyable, and eventually it will also make your special vibe of your work, kind of. Like special style. We have get here. And I've been like a sketch train station, and in one moment I realized it's like I'm making concept art of a weapon. All station look like, like again, like some kind of alien technology weapon.
Oh, is that in Taiwan? Taiwan, I'm sorry.
Yeah. In Taiwan, you can find like one is also have this kind of like AK mag. You know, you will recognize it. What I mean, it's like Atros is like, oh my god, it's so funny.
Is it in your book?
Yeah.
I think I recognize that.
And also, like for me, like I say, like my concept when I draw like on a real life kind of sketch, it's kind of it's similar to pray or like and I was actually discover it eventually after draw. It's like sacred kind of sacred stuff because I've been like discover it's like sometimes I have this like feeling like I open real meaning of actual moment, and no matter like which place you draw, I've been like this got this feeling uh, like I start to see like maybe for a couple seconds or even minutes sometimes like is this state of meditative kind of state of mind where I see things and I feel kind of everything around, and I feel it's like this moment is complete, you know, and um, eh, say like it's how this word like like enlightenment, you know, this thing like about an idea of enlightenment. It's like say like you can understand everything, stuff like that, right?
Right.
Something was similar of this, but it's like not in knowledge, not in verbal stuff, but it's something like kind of whatever you can experience or observe, it happen everything in one place in one moment. So it's like look like time stop, something like this, you know, and it's like kind of like whoa. So no matter where you are, every moment is kind of have this quality of absolute meaning, kind of like every moment mean everything. You cannot say some moment is less important than other moment. Like every moment of your being is like it's like have this mystery and some kind of secrets of universe, something like this. And so this I can feel when I draw on a street sometimes, like I can find it in a real place. It's crazy, you know. So this actual kind of context of my successful drawings, kind of can say, which can give you this catharsis kind of feeling. You know, maybe if you listen music, sometimes I listen music and watch it, like really have something like this, like this. Um, let's say like composition, something I don't know how to explain, but it's like this, like epic stuff, you know. It's like oh da 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 da.
Yeah, that's what I would call it, a composition.
So it's
Wow.
like sky is open and it's like everything is clear now. So and like if you look some other artists, I don't know what they draw, but it's like everybody draws something different. And some artists, they just so much in the drawing what they see, and kind of for me it's not interesting, you know, just go and draw building. Like I don't know, no interesting. Like I don't have this passion to draw architecture, you know, to draw kind of some architecture details or stuff. Like for example, like I've been in a Paris. For me it's much harder to draw Paris than Asia, because in Paris all this beautiful architecture. So let me or like this in St. Petersburg in Russia. I was searching for some weird places because I don't like to draw architecture. So and so here I see it was I was trying my best to draw less architecture as possible here. Because it's too much like about construction. It's like, you know, it's like almost required to use a ruler to draw all these elements to make sure they're like correctly proportioned and stuff. And so here I'm making this my main focus on my usual stuff. It's like overall impact kind of this place. You know, it's like if you was walking here and then you just like, what the sound? Okay, you've been walking here and so then it's just like you have this artist eye who can see it's I don't know, like a moment of beauty, you know, something like this. And all these boring details became part of orchestra.
I've been there.
Yeah, or all these artists like who draw people and like kind of can see like plastic kind of movement and stuff. So I think like I will do comic book, probably also will try to draw it to like from idea that I can draw parallel universe, you know, which like exists somewhere and we cannot see it because in our universe this parallel universe can exist only in the form of comic book.
Well, that's a neat idea. So like it exists, but only in a comic book.
Yeah, for us, like, you know, it's like we can have this kind of portal window in the form of comic book story. For me, you know, for me, this is how Elf Quest works. For me, it's always been like this. Like when I was like, I don't know, like 10-year old or something like this, I was like read this Elf Quest. You know, I mean, like it sounds silly now, right? But maybe everybody children have something like this. Like for me, they was absolutely real. I was believe they're real.
I'm sure everybody has something like that. Something they really liked as a kid.
Or like, yeah, like belief in something cannot be possible.
Yeah, exactly. Some people they play a game and it's really cool, or a cartoon, or a
Mm-hmm.
comic book, or Dungeons and Dragons.
It's a game, and I never play.
Yeah, it's
It's like card game.
uh oh, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Kind of. It's It's like telling a story.
Ah.
Yep, and you have these sheets, and you have a character. You play a character, and you fill a role, mostly a fantasy role.
So it's some kind
And
of text RPG kind of.
yeah, in a
Ah.
way, it is. It's exactly like that. Like it's a story unfolding, except everybody. It's really hard to explain. It's like one person. They're called the dungeon master.
Uh-huh.
They kind of control everything that happens, and the other players just decide what they want to do.
Uh-huh. I see. So it's like a interactive story kind of.
Yep.
And also you need to, yeah, okay, it's like universe, but everybody together creating story kind of.
Exactly. Like the
Interesting.
dungeon master will say, "Okay, there's I don't know, an alien in front of you. What do you do?" And then one guy's like, "Oh yeah, I have a gun. I try and shoot it." And then they roll the dice. They see, did you shoot it, yes or no?
Uh-huh.
And then the dungeon master decides what happens next, and then you just keep going.
Hmm.
Lots of people loved it here, but in the '80s, everybody on the news said that it was evil.
It's yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, definitely everything like yeah, you can call imagination as occultism, or how it's called, summoning demons.
Exactly, it's corrupting the children. Like when you read ElfQuest, that was corrupting your mind.
Interesting, first time hear this. Crazy. Corrupted.
Yeah, did you know when you were 10 years old you became evil?
Oh, okay, I need to let's say, I need to like go to church to Maga Inc.
Yep, that's the only way.
to buy some candles and pay for redemption, or how it's called.
Forgiveness.
Yeah.
Yep, and you have to put them all in a circle. You have to take all the ElfQuest books you have, and you have to drop them out your window.
Actually, in Quest was human who being like bad, evil human shaman. So I need to choose with who I am, with elves or with humans. Because elves believe shaman is bad, but in a human world, he will be good guy in the church, and elf will be demon.
Well, it's finally time. You have to choose right now.
Have you know? Do you know Amber, Chronics of Amber or Ember? It's this writer. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
It's a writer Железные. Железные. It's like about I'm not sure in English how this book calls. It's like about kingdom in the center, like okay, something like Asgard, right? Like, but in this world, it's like have a kingdom of gods. In this kingdom have king, and I think 9 son of king, prince, 9 prince, and all of them have magic powers. Um, this kingdom kind of is universe in the middle of multi-dimensional space, kind of, you can say. It's like kingdom of order, and so it's like a core of onion, and from this core is going these layers of other universes, which is just reflection of this kingdom.
Whoa.
You don't hear this?
No, I've never heard of it.
Oh, it will corrupt you very strongly.
It'll corrupt me. I'll become evil.
Corrupt you, like, how to say, upside down. No, it's crazy. It's so, I was really mind blown. Like, it's like after Elf Quests was my another story which would blow my mind completely. It's crazy. It's like, okay, it's like I tell you, right? This in the center. On the center, like, okay, it's kingdom, and like in waves in the water, right? It's this going other universes, which is reflections of this kingdom. So it's something in each of them. It's same kingdom, but with slight change. More close to center is more close to real kingdom. More far, it's more difference. And thing is here is like outside of this kind of multi-dimensional universe, it's a pure chaos. So here is like absolute chaos are surrounding this kind of these dimensions. So, and if here is kingdom of order, so it means more out from this kingdom, more like these dimensions became less organized, became more chaotic, so more element of chaos, you know.
I think so.
So and everywhere have this also everywhere have this family of king with prince and king and stuff, but like somewhere here, like in the middle, I don't remember, this is like our universe where we live in, like universe without magic and stuff, you know, with technologies. In the center universe, it's no technologies. It's just like kind of no, like fantasy world kind of. And I was kind of, so this kind of family from the middle of and from central universe, this family, this prince and king, only king can create universe, so he create kingdom, and he kind of actually practically he kind of, if I understand right, he can create one more universe, but he preferred to keep this one. So, and prince, they all able to travel around all these dimensions. And it was in a story where he, like one of these prince, main hero, he was travel outside to border dimension near to house, and how he describes this is like, oh my god, so crazy, like I almost seen nightmares after that.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's so cool. Now, I don't know, I'm not sure now, because again I was read this like when I was like 12 maybe. Now I'm not sure how it will feels, but still like now I remember this like, oh my god, I never seen anything like this in other stories. It's it's really have a lot of um, no I'm sure he was like kind of connected with some philosophy, like I don't know, like Asian philosophy or something like this, like Taoism, something like this, you know.
Yeah.
I need to be careful here and don't be trapped with details. Need to figure out how to make it easier. I need to train look like train. So this will be cool, like, you know, like people will think like you're drawing something, but in for yourself you will have like this, how it's called, guilty pleasure. And here it's not like guilty pleasure, but something like embarrassing secret, maybe, you know. An embarrassing secret will be that your belief you actually travel to another universes when you draw.
Yeah, but they don't need to know that.
Yeah,
For us, that's our art secret.
you can like this, like Castaneda, you can like play fool and say like, yeah, it's a marketing, I don't know, we just need to survive, and one day I decide I like to draw. And you go home and it's like, ha 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 ha, my universe, you're my, how to say, like parallel worlds in my command, I summon in you.
Fools.
Like, they believe I'm artist, I should play this role of simple immortal in this universe, in some elf in your story. Like, are you kidding me? Like, no, it's not a joke. Oh my god, you blow my mind. Okay, I will erase your memory now. And it's have like, I did also a couple stories was playing with this concept. No, I mean just ideas. I still was like not make it in the comic book. Guilty for that. Kind of like one of story. It was about some guy in a parallel universe. Was contact to writer, and he say writer, you need to write story books about me, and your books, like kind of let's have a deal. You say like, you write my story, like about my universe, and your books will become blockbuster, kind of as a bestseller. and you will be
Yeah.
if you will become like famous writer. And so this guy, he like, okay, I will write book. He write in books. It became like, you know, some like Harry Potter kind of like super bestseller. It's everywhere. Everybody knows this. And then, uh, how it was, uh, and then happened that actually this guy, who from other universe, he is like a black magician, and he this book, it's actually was his like special like magic to conquer parallel universe, to conquer universe of this writer. And like I forgot detail, I have written it somewhere. It's like um, I forgot. Anyway, but something like this. Like he kind of like he been using writer to capture his universe, to conquer it.
Wow. There's a lot you can do with that.
Yeah.
That's evil.
Yeah. How say corrupting the minds. No, I want to write also metal, heavy metal song. Corrupting your minds. It's crawling in the night. Don't buy my comic book. I will eat your brain. So no, yeah. Basically I believe it's really probably it's work everything like this. Like all this let's say like systems or institutions, all this stuff which should be considered as normal, actually it's a traps. They they say like, oh, you stepping out of our chambers? How dare you? You're not normal. It's like, wait a second, like, are you say chamber?
You know, like maybe cell, like you mean prison?
Yeah, no, I mean like sometimes they even like talking directly like this, like you should live in a world where made for you, and you have no right to escape from it and imagine your own stuff, or escape to your own reality, or made up your own concept of what's happening around. Like, you know, like oh, like I want to pray to God of tree in my park. Why not? But okay, they will like sue you for I don't know, for making sect, and instead of following legal religion, which is in share money with the government. With all this like you know what I mean, kind of like it's sort of like scheme. It's like, okay, it's like crazier than conspirology. I'm here like guy who been pretending like rational, right, all this time. But here I want to tell you, like, I'm into conspirology of conspirologists. It's like,
Man, how deep?
I I corrupted your
How
mind slowly. Huh? Sorry?
Yeah. No, nothing. This is what it's all led up to.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, uh, it's like Castaneda. Have you read this Castaneda? Or here?
I haven't. And I haven't heard of a lot of stuff.
It's been like kind of super popular in 90s in Russia. It's like everybody like, whoa, like old like Mexican Indian or like South America Indians culture, and probably it really is. But I really like what this guy, like shaman in the book, was talking, and he was kind of talking what is black magic, and he say practically every people is a black magician because they will impose you their vision of world.
Whoa.
So, and again, back to what we were talking, like practically, if you're not enjoy your life, it means you live kind of outside. You live in a different, in wrong reality, kind of. In this reality, you are kind of in not in your place, right? Like feel like displaced, kind of this. So, and instead of going around and ask people like, please give me place I deserve, you can actually reconstruct reality to reality where you will be on the right place. And it sounds like metaphysical stuff, but practically it means like what we were talking all this time. It's like just like if you're doing something, make sure you enjoy what you're doing, and because it will be like really, really big mistake if you will waste your time for something you don't like to do. And you can just surround it with any kind of concept, and nobody can give you kind of, you know, nobody have rights to tell you like what kind of concept should be in your vision of world. Practically nobody, like who, you know.
Yeah, nobody.
It's like somebody who like have a gun, or somebody who have money, or somebody who have power, or what, like what makes somebody to have a real right to choose what should be like in the context of for you, like what should be your context of your own freaking life, like it's like who you should be or like what you should believe, right?
Right.
Yeah, so I think kind of like yeah, I agree, like we live in a world like, and we need to, it's just like how it works, like okay, if I'm like a like psychopath who don't care about anybody, then my life will be of like psychopath life. And if I'm like how to say, like um, narciss, right? Like who like believe like I'm better than everybody else or something like this, or like I'm so great and everybody should to kind of pay me for my existence, stuff like that. Then it will be another stuff. So practically speaking, it's like it's not about to being good guy or living right way. It's about understanding what where where are you and what kind of life you're choosing for yourself, because I don't know, I hope it can be like no psychopaths in the world, but it's still somebody will be, but at least you can choose to be somebody who consider it as a good guy, you know, who's like, I mean, in a mythological way. I mean, it's like, yeah, you cannot prove it, you cannot measure it, but in a mythological way, yeah, kind of we understand what does mean good guy. It's like you feel good and everybody around feel good, kind of, okay, you're a good guy.
Yeah, exactly. We all understand.
Yeah.
Do you feel good?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's interesting. So no, and also like I believe it's like kind of is interesting. It's like if you can, uh, it's like maybe it's called like being um, compassionate, something like when you feel other people, how other people feel, then you feel good when other people feel good. How's it called? I forgot.
Oh, empathy.
Empathy. Yeah. So if you are kind of empathic kind of person, then of course you're like to do something good for other people.
Yeah.
So and interesting, like can we make more empathic people?
I think so.
Like if like somebody watch Akira Kurosawa, he became more empathic. You think?
Um, I think so.
No,
I think they could learn a little bit.
interesting. So we can empathizing people, corrupting for good.
Yeah. Like we'll be blessing them.
Oh, cool.
Blessing them with our good hearts
Oh,
and our good art skills.
cool. It's like I don't remember. I think I put in Discord this comic book Space Boy. You know this?
Let me check.
Okay, if no, I will put. It's like webtoon. It's McCraney, Arthur McCraney, I think. Like American webtoon. It's like artist. He's like he's Christian, and he say he want to make comic books, which is like stories kind of which can change for good, kind of. I don't know, like nourish people to become better people.
Wow.
And like and it's really feels this way, you know, when I like read his webtoon about Space Boy. And this actually is so interesting, you know, also surprising kind of to realize that something very important I understand from comic book. So this idea of love as being glad of something exists is I read in his comic book actually.
Oh wow. Yeah, and I don't see it in the Discord. You should post it.
Okay, yeah, nice. I will post. So it's like absolutely great stuff. And he's there. He's kind of like he making these situations kind of crisis, people relationship and stuff, and he give kind of this solutions and keys how to deal with this kind of difficult situations and I don't know, relationship with people. So no, because he's Christian, so I guess he kind of used this concept from Bible and from their like Christian meetings, where they're like, because no, I know little, like kind of. I born kind of Christian, you know, like I've been, but now I'm more like spiritual kind of. But
Yeah.
and I kind of understand this, like in Taiwan, like for example, my wife before was very active Christian, and they have like every week meetings where they discuss about different problems, something like psychology groups kind of, right? But it's just people who study Bible, and they also can discuss real problems and help each other to find how Bible can answer, uh, help to, you know, kind of to find answer for this problem, kind of this.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So I think this where he get this wisdom he used on his stories.
What kinds of problems do they look at?
No, I don't know, like kind of like I like for you feel irritated sometimes, like, and you can angry say something or do something bad, and after you will feel like you're be did bad stuff, and like you don't want to harm people around you, and like so how to be more kind, kind of this,
Wow.
you know, stuff like this. Yeah, and no, so I mean I'm okay about religions. Is for me is I don't like personally. It's just I don't like church myself. Just kind of because I feel like oppressed kind of stuff, and especially after Russian Christian. Now you see what is this, you know, like this Christian or fake Christian, like who blessing tanks and stuff.
Oh yeah.
So in Russian church, I was always I like they have this. You go inside church and you feel fear, you know, like oh, and all this, and like smell like of how it's called, stuff air, right? Like heavy air and this dark atmosphere kind of, and heavy and scary and stuff, like it's like why I need to go somewhere where which will feel me bad, you know.
Yeah, exactly. That sounds awful.
Yeah, you can, you know, you can Google like maybe in the video it looks not so, but for me it's like feel like it's like um, embracing you, like I don't like somebody nasty want to embrace you, and it's like wait, no, sorry.
Oh yeah.
And all these people like these priests like who don't look like they believe in anything, they just like making money, and they tired from all these people who so easy to believe in everything, kind of this is what I have feeling like in my childhood in Russia. But so but here, like for example, like in Taiwan is our baptized church, how's it called, like baptized Christians. Here they're much better. They really like it's like a real community. People really have like very good time, like conversation, cheering up each other, stuff like this.
What was it like moving there for the first time after living in Russia?
Oh, sorry.
So what was it like when you moved to Taiwan?
Ah.
Taiwan.
uh, how to say? It's like you see everybody so relaxed, and I still after 5 years, I cannot be in such easy mind state, kind of, you know. I kind of I get this habit to push myself kind of a little bit, so I no, you know, so need to be in attention, need to be careful, need to uh, mm, think about future and be ready for everything, kind of this. And here people in Taiwan, I feel like they're more enjoy their lives and they're not so uh, busy, like they don't have like so many thoughts in their head which will make them like tired from all this heavy stuff in their mind, kind of this. So no, I mean, like, first of all, it's like what I was feel is like in being in a paradise, you know?
Wow.
Yeah. And just like but instead of enjoying it, I was feel like I'm not fit.
Aw.
Yeah. It's like have Dostoevsky wrote story called Dream of Funny Guy. And in this like story begin from guy who want to shoot in his head. He sit in a table kind of with a gun in his mouth. And I forgot kind of how it happened, but it's like in the last second before he shoot, he refuse to shoot himself, and he like decide and he fall into sleep, kind of like being too stressed out or something like this. So anyway, he not shoot himself. He start to see dream, and in this dream he go to other planet, and this planet was filled with people who like like if you imagine it's like if it was no sin, like if Adam and Eve never do anything bad, and like never nobody do anything bad, nobody have any aggression, nothing, like everybody pure, everybody happy, and everybody kind, innocent kind of people on this planet. And he is there, he say like, oh my god, I'm here like moving piece bundle of sin and crap. And like he was like feel all these years on this planet, he was feel like this, like he's kind of inside his dream, he was living years there, you know. But then he start to finding that because he being there, just because he being there, he somehow radiate this to planet, and more sin and the evil start to happen in the planet. And after is became like Earth, everybody start to be like doing bad stuff and stuff like this. It's like thinking angry stuff, doing bad stuff. And then he wake up and he like, oh, okay, I don't want to shoot myself, something like this, you know. This is crazy. And like when I was in Taiwan, you know, it's remind me this story. It's like, okay, at least I want, at least I don't do anything which will make this place worse than it is.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, it's like really like, yeah, like, oh my god, these people just like living here, enjoying sun and drink, like eating ice creams, singing karaoke and stuff. No, I mean, of course, like somebody Taiwanese if like listen me right now will like say like, oh my god, what is this he talking about? But of course, it's not exactly like this. But if any one of them will live in Russia, like where I've been live, or I don't know, maybe in America somewhere, some places, right? They will feel difference a lot.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like really like I mean, even in China, like I mean, like in some places, considering all this like tyranny stuff. But if we like just take some average experience for foreigner in China, like I've been like first time in my life I feel so much safety. It's crazy. I'm like, oh, I can walk in the street and I feel like no danger at all. No, in Shanghai. I don't say about all China, of course. In Shanghai, and first time in Shanghai, I've been realize how much also like um, awareness I have, and it in Shanghai it feels like it's too much. You know, it's like inadequate, because like uh, in my hometown in South Russia, it was like if in the night I need to be ready for everything, you know, just in case everything can happen. And if I walk in an empty street and I see somebody in the walk in the in front of me walk to me, right? Uh, I will go to other side of street, and sometimes I will like control my like how to say side view to make sure nobody follow me from behind, because you know maybe this guy on other side of street he walking behind and after he follow me and kick me in the back head, you know.
Jeez, it sounds awful.
Yeah, I mean it's possible, because it's possible, you know, it's real life. But like in China, when I was even in China, even I don't talk about Taiwan, you know, I was like, and I meet my friend from my hometown. It was so freaking funny accident. It was like so amazing. And we was like talk each other this same stuff. Like Jesus, you know, it's so unbelievable. Like, is this really like we don't need to be so much aware about uh, kind of physical threat, you know?
Yeah. But you met your friend from your hometown randomly in China?
Yeah, yeah. I've been first time in Shanghai, and he was first time in Shanghai. I probably I haven't seen him for 5 years, and then I see he in China in Shanghai. I was like, what?
Wow.
Yeah, and it was like we're going to club and stuff, and like so like look, we're walking in the night, and we don't need to look around. I was like, wow. Okay, another story. It was like in my hometown. It was some artist from Moscow come to my hometown, and he's like you know, as I say, like Moscow people, like like they're more like from like Europe, like more free-minded kind of. And he was like wearing very uh, silly clothes, kind of, you know, like with many colors. It's grab a lot of attention, so you know.
Yeah.
And there was some like gopniks, some like how say bullies, kind of some guys like start to talking with him, and like, and then he start to feel like they're not very nice, and he just kind of want to refuse conversation with them, and he just walk away, and they like start to scream at him to stop. I say, hey, you stop! Like, where you go? Kind of this, and so like, huh, I don't want to turn back for such rude kind of people, kind of, right? And he say, and this, and like he was telling me this, like, and he say like, but they start to throwing stones and bricks for us.
My God.
I say seriously, dude, you like it? They not was very. He like it. There was not really interesting, but no, kind of lazy, you know. But because they can just chasing him and like he will wake up like in the hospital, kind of this. It's not work this way. You cannot just like say, yeah, I don't like you, like walk away. This guy says like danger. You cannot turn around from. Yeah. Your city is more safe, I see, right? Than this is surprising for you.
Well, it didn't used to be. I used to live in a shady place, but now it is.
Okay, yeah, it's good. No, it just depends also on area. It's like not all area in the city like this, but some areas just have this kind of guys. Uh, but still, I mean, like if I talking for this, like I talking this, it sounds like normal for me. It's not normal. It's bad. It's bad. I can feel is nothing special, kind of. It's better should be some like something like you read in a book and it's like, oh my god, I'm glad it's not real.
Yeah, like I'm glad no place like this exists anywhere.
It's like on another also story. It's like was guys like come from also think from Moscow probably to make movie about gangsters from this area in my city. And this and one of my acquaintances kind of like no we were kind of friends before. Now I don't want to say this. So he kind of was and he kind of know a lot of gangsters, like real gangsters, you know, like and so somebody call him, say like, hey, we have here it's like a crew who make movie about gangsters in this area, like historical kind of, like you know some uh, some kind of Godfather or Sopranos kind of story, and we need some characters who can play some kind of gangsters in the film. I say, oh, okay, I will find some. And this guy he call real gangsters, like, and they kind of all together go to film, like this movie with, I forgot how it's called. Robert De Niro movie, remember? Where it was like real gangsters in the stage, make a movie.
Wow.
So, these guys they go to like somewhere in the fields, and then no, this is my friend. He tell me, say I go back home, I sit with my wife like dinner or stuff, and then like I realize I just like send guys from Moscow to make movie somewhere in the fields with like kind of dozen of criminals, you know, who's like really really crazy, like have some history. So they somewhere like the cancer's like, oh, okay, I hope everything will fine.
My God, he was safe, right? Nothing happened.
Yeah, nothing happened. Yeah, it's just like, yeah. It's kind of, I mean, it's really like this kind of thing. Like when you watch this movie, I forgot how it's called. When you know Robert De Niro go out from prison and he have doctor, psychiatrist doctor who need to do something with him. Forgot. You know this famous movie.
I don't.
No, okay, because he yeah, he is like American Italy mafia kind of like okay, so this movie is actually is very very real. It's like and there was joking about like it was they was in Hollywood and making movie about Italy mafia, but they all was real mafia actually, and they just meet each other and make their meetings on a stage, no, like in a car for actors on in Hollywood because FBI was looking for them kind of this, so they need to find some safe place where they can conversation.
Wow. And he is dedicated. That movie you were talking about, was that Cape Fear?
Cape Fear. Not sure. It's Robert De Niro in main role, right? And he's like
Yeah.
mafia boss, something like this.
That I have to look into.
Okay, because I know a Russian kind of name of it, no English.
Oh, well, the one that, I think the one that he actually met the mafia for was Analyze This.
Yeah,
It was a
analyze
comedy.
this. Yes, yes. Yeah. So it's I'm sure it's like it's sometimes it's happening like this, you know. I mean, real these guys they consultation or they really there like in some side roles or like play themselves. At least in Russia, it's been like this.
It's a little rare here, but for fun, they do have the mobs, the gang members watch the movies that we make.
I also hear that some criminal movies is actually a way to promote criminal kind of to enroll people in mafia, you know.
Wow, no, I didn't. That's crazy.
Like if you see it's like criminal like gangsters looks like somebody attractive. I don't know, maybe it's conspiracy, but sometimes I think it's really look like this, like propagate gangsters, you know, like show them like very cool. It's like some movie about some twin brothers who's like gangsters in London, something like this. Or like this. How's it called? Rock and Roller. You saw a movie Rock and Roller?
No, I haven't.
Okay, this movie maker, I forgot his name. He looks like he just make movie for his friends gangsters, you know. Because it's so much kind of intimate feeling to criminals there. It's not how I think it should be. It's like they're too much like a nice dudes, you know. It's like if this Goodfellas movie was only first part where everybody's so cool and life is great.
Wow, yeah, that does seem like promotion kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like look, yeah, we're like so brave and we handle everything. You. But Scorsese, I think too. I think he have some kind of friends like who enjoy his movies, kind of, and he look like himself, let's say, I mean, such a figure, like for sure, like Scorsese and Coppola. I think they know everybody, kind of. It's like, but it's like something like me in my hometown there, where it's like criminals, gangsters everywhere. You cannot don't know them. And I like this Mario Puzo, who write Godfather. He begin his book with some words. He say like, some people say I am gangster, or like I'm into mafia, but I take their words as compliment because it means I just done very good job in the research.
Wow.
So probably it is too. But I mean, like, if you wrote and did something like this, and then somebody will approach you, say, bellissimo. Or how they call you did a great job. I really love your movie. Actually, this Sopranos, they show this. You remember Sopranos, where they show like how all these Italian gangsters joking around about Godfather, like quoting it and stuff.
Oh, you're gonna hate me when I say this. I have not seen The Sopranos. I've heard of it.
No, it's okay. You know, I don't hate because I hate myself. I still don't rewatch it. It's
Oh, you don't?
no, I watch it, but I mean I should watch it again.
Oh, I should watch it for the first time.
Yeah. Oh, it's just like it will be real like pleasure. I mean, it's this kind of movie when it's just so this kind of texture of everything and like quality of narration. It's also funny and cool. Yeah. Well, at least you have your list, and when you have time, you will dig it. If you will have like, if we will have like I don't know, nuclear war, and you sit in how say, we will somewhere like living in the mountains. We can watch movies and remember how everything looks in, before when it was trees.
And back when air existed.
Where cockroach was small and afraid of us, not eat us.
Yeah, those were good times.
So it was a paradise.
Oh yeah.
Like,
And look at that. They got the moon on the screen. Oh,
yeah.
it's not even cut in half.
Father, is it true? People before have a blue sky?
What the heck? Their sun is still turned on? I find some video before I was watching about like plan of future technologies. It's like wow, so funny, so interesting actually, like really like inspiring. I will find the posted too. It's like say in one no like you know like it start from like Apollo project with like people on the moon, and then about Mars, and then and like talking about like million year after and 2 million year after and stuff like that. It's so funny to watch. And in one stage it was like say okay, and now we're so much modified, so we can just like we don't need spaceships, we can just fly in space. Oh, I can't wait for that.
Yeah, at least you have some dream to make savings.
Yeah.
Так. Oh my god, this cat seat on me is so heavy now. Oh my god.
You have a cat sitting on you?
Yeah, like sleeping.
Oh.
Meow. Meow. Так.
Oh, that's adorable.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Little tired. So yeah, so later I will think how to draw this. Okay, maybe not. Okay, let's try to find excuse to delay it. So you see, like again, I tell it all the time. I'm more thinking about how I'm organize it on my picture. So again, it's about make interesting picture, not regarding to reference at all, and have to have interesting process. Because I don't want this process of sitting with ruler and calculating every window, you know.
Yeah.
Let's get here. Cat, you're corrupting my live video.
Yeah. It's bleeding evil. Yeah, it's leeching into your video.
Так. Так.
Alright, it is 2:30 a.m. here.
Yeah. Need to sleep. It's your Sunday 3.
Yeah. Oh, Saturday.
Saturday? Ah, today is Saturday, so it's your Friday. Oh, okay. I was thinking it's Monday today. Okay. For me it's Saturday. For you it's Saturday morning. For me it's already midday. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good night.
Yeah, good, amazing talk tonight. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Thank you too.
And I can't. Thank you. I can't wait to see how this turns out.
It's almost finished. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. Good night. Bye.
good night.
Так. О! Так. Little more details. Uh, bit here like this, or put some more ink. Okay, let's do some blacks. So for today it's finished. Later we'll do some details. Now I need to go to eat. Still not breakfast yet. Maža, Nina.